Oh god, oh no, what has it done? What has it done? What did it do? Oh my god, it had that glitch. It had the glitch. Okay, it's not this one. I'm gonna rename this one. Okay, hang on a second. Hey, welcome. Hang on, I'm having a bit of a technical problem at the moment. Something happened with the PlayStation where it said that it errored when it was trying to go live, and I don't know why, so I need to get that other one off of here. I don't know what happened. Channel gifting is completely randomized. Hang on, let me get that other one off of there. There we go. Got it, I fixed it. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine, everything's good. I fixed it. I hope. I hope I fixed it. Okay, now I gotta do this. I need to fix my stuff. Have you seen the videos? I don't know. Like I said, YouTube is completely randomized. You'd have to ask, Team YouTube on Twitter about that one. Because that's actually a piece of information that they didn't tell me when I became a partner. Which is kind of unfortunate, because I think I should have, you know, a bit more knowledge about that. Early stream, what? Hey, lady! Yeah, we're gonna turn. I don't usually like subtitles, but we'll go subtitles. Have I played the Stanley Parable before? No. Say the computer is barely visible? No. Please enter the current time. Oh, God. Oh, God, I need to flip it around. He'll be lurking? Okay. Okay, lady. Okay, 36. There, it's close enough. It's probably be about like half a minute off. I did not even know about you until today. Yeah, I really don't know. My cat just licked my sock. I don't know why. You're being a weirdo. Stop. God, Angel. Display settings to be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Let's get this game playing. I don't. Other than one that apparently, you have to wait like 10 years just to get it, and I don't know why. Alright, let's look. Because I actually just bought this game, and I installed it the other day. Okay. Quit the game and then start it again. Yeah, I'll worry about that one later. Click on door 435 times. Sure, why not? A game and a game and a game and a game and a game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them.
I could type so much faster on a keyboard.
This is
than what
what
he can.
employee 427 did
I have a
every
pretty high
day,
words from it.
every month of every year. And although others might have considered it
number 2,
soul-eating,
yes.
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came.
I've been wanting to play
Though
this
he had been made
game for a
exactly
very, very
as
long
he
time, but I couldn't because I couldn't run it on my computer.
Was happy.
Because Phasmophobia actually burned out my last laptop.
And then one day, something
and I'm
very
not going to
peculiar
risk it with
happened.
this one.
Something
This is
that
a
would
productivity
forever change
laptop,
Stanley.
not a game one.
Something he would never quite
Peace
forget.
out, Moose.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one
Hey
single
Zamus, you should
order
get into
had arrived on the
party
monitor
chat
for him
with
to
me if you
follow.
have time.
No one had showed up to give him
Because
instructions.
then you can kind of
call a
like
meeting, or even
give
say
me some
hi.
pro tips with how to
Never
like get like
in
the
all
different
his
endings
years
and
at the
stuff
company
like that.
had this happen.
Because I know
This
you've played
complete
this.
Isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
I'm gonna need
frozen
all of the
solid,
pro tips.
Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Do I want to? Sure, but I
All of his
have to click
co-workers
this.
were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Don't touch me, narrator. I have a pretty high click rate.
No. To have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
No, it's supposed to be this door. Fine, where's door 417? Where's that? Let's surrender door. Okay, 417. 417. Oh, right there.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay, I think 37 was this way, maybe? Right there.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay, where's 415? 416. Okay, 415.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where is the copy machine? Where am I supposed to know? Oh.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
How? Okay.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All
Yes,
right,
he
let's
does.
keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okay, 416 is over here. I was gonna say, I know
We've
it has-
almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again! Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I like that. That was hilarious. So he tempted me. He was all like, "You're not gonna click on this." I'm like, "Yeah, I am. I'm gonna do it."
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
That's
he
pretty
entered the
relevant.
door on his left.
Listen, I defied you earlier, so I'm gonna defy you again.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Thank you for stopping
just to
by,
admire
Ben.
it.
Appreciate it. What, Boomer, am I boring? Anyone who's new, Boomer is my cat. And, okay, did I go the wrong way? Did I get myself turned around because I got distracted by the cat? Yeah, I did.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
The first open door on my left? No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
This is the world's biggest table. It's speaking. You can't jump trophy earned. Okay, that was not intentional.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Because, like, I know you can go out the window. I've seen Zamus go out the window in this one. Okay. How do I go out the window? How do I go out the window? Okay, so I gotta do something with this chair. Yay!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
I did it.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No. How do I say no?
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
No. Yes. No. Oh, you have to restart the game? Oh, okay. What happens if I just stay in the office? What happens if I just choose to stay in my office? The chair has no collision. What's that, Moose? Oh, I didn't know that it was a party. Let's keep the stream going for 10 years. There is no way you can keep one single stream going for 10 years. There's no way.
Oh, you can. There is a way. You just have to turn off all your automatic power down settings and then just leave it.
Oh god.
Also, for the office one, you have to close the door.
Oh, I have to close it.
Yeah, you have to close the door.
He couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Now just wait.
He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
It's a bunch of waiting around for this one.
Break me. In here I can be happy.
Hey, Bobby.
Forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited.
If I'm not mistaken, this one is just a bunch of dialogue.
Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But
So
the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now,
she's playing the Stanley.
Closer.
Yeah, I was about to say
it's
that.
even closer.
That was a little
Here
bit
it
faster.
comes.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh my god. It's a funny story while you're getting this ending. Oh, it restarted. Funny story. I was going to clock out for the day from work, and I had handed my walkie off to the person who was taking over OPU for me, and I walked into the office, and I spoke so fast. I was like, "Hey, can I borrow somebody's walkie?" Because I let insert coworker's name here, take my walkie so I can leave. And everybody just turned and looked at me like, the fuck you said?
Find a trace of his co-workers.
What the fuck you said you were talking about? You were talking.
It's like, slow it down! I can't keep up!
Slow down, you're talking too fast.
I usually talk too fast when I get nervous. Awaiting input. Awaiting what input?
Ooh, yeah, okay. So, each time you get an ending, you'll find a computer with that on it. You have to click on the computer. But then you have to go get an ending and then restart, and then it gives you another computer to input.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door
me every
on
time
his
that door
left.
shuts.
Because spooky.
No, I'm gonna go through the one
This
on the
was
right
not
now.
the correct way
Again,
to the meeting
because
room,
there's like
and
that other
Stanley
room that I
knew
didn't go
perfectly
through.
well.
And I also fell to my
Perhaps
death,
he wanted
so.
to
Yeah.
stop by the employee lounge
Yeah,
first,
that's actually one
just
ending, the death ending.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room.
Okay.
What a gorgeous,
Now if you
gorgeous
go
room.
through
Thank
that
goodness Stanley had
door,
taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having
right before you get to the door at the very,
was all
very
too
end of the
horrible
hallway,
even
there's
to
a door on your
consider.
left.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
I'm
left.
way too excited for this game.
And so he detoured through the
There's a
metro
door on your
section,
left.
walked straight
Now
ahead
take
to
the elevator
opposite
going
door,
down.
and got back on track.
It's like, are you pissed off yet, narrator?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's,
I think
left.
this is the, it's either the adventure line or
Oh, no.
the,
No, it's to the right, my
insanity
mistake.
ending.
Ah! He shut the door in my face.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Swear to God,
It's
you
clearly...
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Open this fucking door right the fuck now.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Are you sure it's this way?
No.
No,
I'm
no.
disappointed, Taco Bell. I wanted 5 mild sauce packets. They gave me 4.
Oh no.
The audacity, they chipped me a sauce packet.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense,
Oh
just restart
yeah,
game
the
from
spoiler
beginning.
ending. I
And this
forgot
time,
about this one.
Suppose we don't wander so far off track,
Ah,
Okay,
Angel.
from the top.
I got yeeted.
Yeah, that was the spoiler ending. Okay,
All of his
now
coworkers
go
were
around and
gone.
look at the
What could it
monitors.
mean?
You'll
Stanley
find
decided
another
to
one
go
that
to the
says
meeting room.
awaiting
Perhaps he had
input.
simply missed a memo.
It's around here somewhere. Angel, what are you doing? What are you getting into?
Trouble. Don't know that one. It literally says awaiting input on the screen. The one you have to hit. No, there's more. There's more computers.
Okay, where are the
Sure,
other
the one
computers?
Go through the door, then through the other door, and then through that door. I'm seeing the stream on delay, so if I'm a little slow, I'm sorry. Okay, now go through that door. You can't get in those.
Okay, because the only other room is this one. He's gonna tell me to go through the door
Yeah.
on the left.
Yeah, go
Don't
through that
stop.
one, and then you're
Wait,
gonna actually have
what?
to go through the door on the
No.
left. Oh no, you're still in the
I
insanity
definitely
ending.
restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything
Oh
while
yeah,
you were
you're
back in that
gonna
room
reach
with all the
the
monitors?
adventure
Did
line,
you
and then
move the
the
story somewhere, or...
then you're gonna end
Hold
up
on.
in.
Why, it
Oh,
must
there's
be
actually
you.
2
I'm the
endings
one
this
who
way.
wrote the
The
story.
insanity
It was
one,
right here just a minute ago.
and then there's one called the
Okay, then.
whiteboard ending.
It's an adventure. Come,
Oh, God.
Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh no. There are so many
Go.
doors.
Go through those ones. The one on your right, that one right in front of you.
Oh, what delay? There's a delay. What door am I looking at?
No, there's that bright ass window. Go toward it on
Okay, the
your
bright
right
ass window?
side. Yeah, the bright ass window.
Ooh, this is a nice picture. I like this picture. Wait,
I'll
is there
say it.
only one path
This
to go?
is the worst adventure I've ever been
Yeah,
on.
just
I
keep
can
going
promise
forward.
you, there definitely was
Just follow
a
the
story
path
here
forward.
before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting
There's a
over
back
and
room
over
over
again,
here.
but it's got to be better than this.
Yeah, go through
Okay,
there.
let's give it a shot. Why not?
Hey, Ram. Ah! I've been kidnapped by the narrator.
All of his co-workers
Oh,
were gone.
oh right,
What
he's
could it
gonna
mean?
keep restarting.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So you're not gonna get to go too far. Just follow that same path again. Because you haven't technically reached an ending yet.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's
worse.
possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Hey, Ram.
It's like, nope, this is definitely the path we're supposed to go on, Mr. Narrator. Ooh, lovely picture. Walking and we're walking
Aha!
and we're walking.
I knew we'd miss something. The
walking.
story. Here it
Ooh.
comes.
They have nice pictures on the wall. Something will be different. Just keep doing
No,
it over
wait,
and
never
over.
mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
The
Now this...
hell?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You
Door
win!
keeps disappearing.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid
do I
off,
win?
so good job.
Insanity. That's what you win.
I don't feel
Yay!
right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Kidnapped. It's the
All
adventure
right,
line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make
Yes,
sure we
follow
don't
it.
get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
This is so exciting. I'm following a line. So exciting.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though,
No, I'm trying to
here's
stay
a
on the
thought.
line.
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay,
Sticking to
Stanley,
the
I need
line.
to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is
Giant
this
question
office
mark.
in fact the skeleton
line
of my
is
own
never
relative
ending.
experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Ooh, some musical there.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
What?
What?
Cut the
This
music.
fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
It's highly realistic fern, though. Alright, back to the line.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take... Restart.
Spoilers.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Narrator,
Ooh,
don't you know
this
not to
all
shut a
sounds
door in
perfectly
someone's
doable.
face?
Why don't we
You can
simply
break
start
their
wandering in...
nose.
Well, I don't know. How about this direction?
One of the doors I
That's what he's
clicked
trying
on.
to do.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Just wandering and wandering.
Oh, no, not you again.
The adventure
Stanley,
line's like, sup,
I'd
bitch?
also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I'm acknowledging the line. I'm following the line. Oh. The line ended. Damn it.
Ah,
The line
good
is
choice.
drunk.
We get to make a decision.
From here, the story is in our control.
The lion
How
is
important
drunk.
we mustn't squander
Yes,
the
it is.
opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere,
me to walk
the
around
place where we're trying to
circles?
go,
Why
there
not?
must be a reverse door.
Why not?
Welcome to the Oval
And that in
Office.
turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
But what if I load the door on the left? Dick.
Oh,
The confusion
hold up, what's
ending.
this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Oh, the confusion ending, not the
I guess now we just wait.
not the insanity
I
one.
suppose in
My
some way
bad.
that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination
narrator is
or
still
the
talking.
journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What the fuck loud ass noise was that in my ear? Jesus Christ. That scared the shit out of me.
Already this
That
was
one?
uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that
It
as
was like
soon
a
as he
really
found
loud,
a new
like,
space he felt safe in,
high-pitched
that he would never
beeping
leave
sound.
it
I think it
again
was in the
in
game.
his life.
But, oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, 'cause it wasn't from my end.
There it is. Input received.
Yep. Now you gotta get another ending.
Let's see. I didn't go all the way
When
across.
Stanley
though.
came to a set of two open
Right side,
doors, this
I
was
jumped
not
off.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
Yeah.
it perfectly well.
So I need to go
Perhaps
all the
he
way
wanted to
across, I
stop
think.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Or
it.
you can wait till you're over the
The
little
lounge was sublime, a work of art.
walkway, and you
But
can drop
eager
down
to
on
get
that
back
one
to
and get
business,
another ending.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, so what direction do I have to go? From here. Can I can't jump. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Jesus. Do not
You're
jump from the
already
cargo lift
dead.
as in motion. It will cause death.
And you'll also be
$5,000.
fined
Perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
$5,000.
foot here.
It's like, I
I'm
think
not
$5
sure.
grand
You
is the
really
least that they're concerned with.
I
There's a
realize that
corpse.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about
Well, it's a
nothing
good
but
thing
you
no one will
all
miss
this
these
time.
employees.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
Yes,
that
narrator.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No, narrator, no. You've had your chances. You blew them.
That's what she said.
Now listen carefully,
Like
this is important.
lucky chances.
Stanley
They
walked
got
through
blown.
the red door.
Wait, what door do you want me to go through? Red? Blue?
Go through the blue one.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Yeah, just
Stanley
disobey
walked
what
through
the narrator's
red
telling you.
door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley.
No, turn around.
So
It's behind
what's
you.
out
There you
you
go.
want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes,
Do you not
narrator.
think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the
place is
dark at a new
emptier than my
design, and you
soul.
can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go
Ceiling
ahead,
light
Stanley. Take it for a
office.
spin.
Do I want to? Do I have to?
Yeah, go through the window.
What the fuck is it?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game
Give him a
benefited
1.
from a large
Give him a
number of
1.
choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
What the fuck? What the hell is this? Stanley 427 is online. This is you. Objectively ranked last. It's surprised to have error friends list empty. Oh, damn. Damn, it's roasting me.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey,
One.
I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of the new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Do I have a choice, Mr. Narrator?
In this game, the baby
Why
crawls
is
left
there a baby?
towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the
Let
corner,
it burn!
it's a very meaningful
Let the baby
game.
burn.
All
Okay.
about the desperation and
Let
tension
it
of endlessly
burn!
confronting the demands of
Kill him
family
with
life.
fire!
I think the art world will
Burn it
really
down,
take
burn it
notice.
down.
But of course, the message of the game
Burn
only
this
becomes
bullshit
clear
to the
once you've been
ground.
playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make
Some
sure it's
people just
effective?
want to watch
Be
the
sure to
world
keep notes
burn.
on your experience.
Some people want to watch giant cardboard babies go into the incinerator.
You heartless bastard.
And that probably me.
Because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's
Actually, I
the
just
latter,
wanted
well, I
some
don't know
Mountain
what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going
Because I
to
don't
try.
have a
I'm
fork
out.
to eat
I'm
my
out. I'm done.
potatoes.
It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Let
Let's
it
see.
burn like a
What do we
fucking
have here?
KFC meal.
He called me a heartless
Yeah.
bastard.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about? What's our backstory?
Oh
What
my
is our
god, it's Firewatch.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your
Patriots, the
creep
birds of
tower.
Wyoming.
Perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic
Singular
purpose.
mind. I can't see what
Yes,
that
that
book
must
is.
be it. What a
I
fascinating
guess
entry into the experience
I
of
guess it
total
depends on
mental
what number you
depravity.
choose is
So
the
far,
game
I
that
love
you
everything
get to
about
just
this game,
get
Stanley.
launched
And it
into.
seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
The one that I got was Minecraft.
Mr. Narrator, I can't get downstairs. Oh, never mind. You got launched into Fortnite. Oh.
Dang.
Okay, there we go. I found the stairs. I'm going down. I don't know what's down here.
Yes,
Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on. You're not even supposed to be over on the side. Come on. Get out of here. Go on. Unless you're going after another fucking spider, because, like, he saw a spider earlier, and I was wondering why he was staring at something at the wall.
Oh, no.
And when I looked
No,
over, it was
it
a
can't be.
pretty decent-sized spider, and I was like, oh, hell no, I fucking killed that shit this morning. It made the world's loudest fucking noise, but I was not about to have that spider anywhere near my head. No, thank you.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow.
Maybe
You
heartless
just
and
go
somebody
in
had
any...
entertained my favorite
Oh,
work.
oh, thank
Hey,
heavens
Sharon.
we avoided it.
Ooh.
Out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Find another
Preferably
game.
something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
Insurmountable
walls.
I'll be right
walls.
back.
Hey, that's what she said.
I'll be right back. I need to go get a fork for my
I think
potatoes.
this will be just the thing.
I'll be right
fork?
back. Have fun. Yeah, I got a
Is it-
Fiesta potato.
Is it a
Wonderful.
mashed potato or a
See,
baked
this is
potato?
exactly what I had in mind.
It's
Just a nice big box for you to run
chopped
around
up
in. There
fried
isn't any
potatoes
possibility that you might get
in
lost here. Now this
in nacho
is
cheese
game
sauce and
design.
sour cream.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this
I'm in
game,
Rocket
I will be
League.
phenomenally impressed.
Yes.
Rocket League.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
Anyway, I'll be right
Let's
back. I
see.
need to go get
There are lots
a
of
fork
cars
for
here
my
in the back, but
potato.
obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
It's
Stanley,
Rocket League,
I
you
think it's sports ball.
uncultured
Oh, what fun.
swine.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I
That's
think
a
surely
touchdown.
we
That's
must.
football, you
Okay,
idiot.
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls... Hold on, what are you doing?
I didn't know I could fall down here.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
I
How
fell
will you
down.
write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Okay, now this is spooky as hell. One ball creates splashes, then surely multiple balls. Oh, yeah, I do wonder if Samus is right about, like, if the numbers that you choose dictates what game you get yeeted into. What's the matter, honey? What? Oh, there's a light. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. There is a light. Just launched into Fortnite. I do wonder if Fortnite is one of the options to get into. Okay, there's nothing in here. Yellow translation. Mother, I crave world domination. Get away from my Nintendo Switch.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world.
So what did I miss?
Yes, I'll be back.
I fell in a hole.
Once this ends, after it all comes to a close.
And then I ended up in a dark office.
The end will be here soon.
Oh, dang.
Very soon. I can wait.
But the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
It's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end.
How is that comfy for you? Yeah, Angel, I just took your picture because I don't understand how that's comfy for you. Boomer, what are you... Oh. Come on, I just picked those up. You're making a mess of their toys. Angel's snuggling the couch. Filled a hole to the hole and give you consent, though. I mean, yes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
What if I just
Perhaps
go
he
through
wanted
the
to
red
stop
door
by the
when I do
employee
that?
lounge first, just to admire it.
Supposed to
Standing
invite
now in
people
this
to the door,
incredible
right?
room,
I
Stanley
don't
for
think
the
so.
first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, Stanley. Stanley, go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
It
it's
didn't
incredible he
work
wasn't
before
5
we picked
years
up.
ago.
There. Now I can
Look,
I can
Stanley,
see the
think
stream
perhaps we've
on
gotten off
my
on the wrong
on
foot here.
PlayStation.
I'm not your enemy, really.
I have the
realize
I have
that
the
investing your
volume
trust in
turned down
someone
for
else can be
the. I have
difficult,
mostly
but
the
fact
party
is that
chat
the
being
story
the
has
loudest
been about
thing.
nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really?
Stanley was so bad
I
at
was in the
following
middle of
directions.
something. Do you have
Probably
zero
like 5
consideration for
years
others?
ago.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
Okay, let's
side.
see what happens.
Give me a chance.
I want to see what other
Now
games
listen
I can
carefully,
launch
this
you
is important.
to. I want to see.
Stanley
oh, okay.
walked through the red door.
Honestly, I'm gonna give that another go.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Give him all twos.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly
like, I
what's
wondered,
out
like,
there?
if it
You
does
want to
change.
find out what lies at the end of
Don't.
this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing
Is
here.
if I end up
I haven't
somewhere
even finished
different when
building
I
this
click
section of the map,
2.
because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was
That'd
it
be
worth
so
ruining the
cool.
entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into it? Because I did.
Oh my
And in the
god,
end, it was
Savage.
all for nothing.
To show you
Because
something
I'm gonna see
beautiful.
the
Nah, I
baby
already
again.
visit your wife and mother
Help
on the
me here,
daily.
Stanley.
Thanks
Help
for the offer,
elucidate
though.
these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work
Like, I
with
just
me.
wanna,
You've given
like-
me absolutely nothing
I'm just gonna keep
so
sitting
far.
back and just having them keep
Tell you
calling me a
what,
heartless
let me take a
bastard.
stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go.
It's like it's a
third
giant
option.
cardboard
This
baby.
already feels
Is that
leaps
a real
ahead of
baby?
where we were before. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now,
Boomer.
tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you excruciating pain. Big steps we've made here today, Stanley. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Be honest, your wife loves you more than you to the point they want you to work overtime.
I nearly
just so
forgot.
they
I've
can
got a
stay
prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
just
Because
to
if it's
spite
the
you,
latter, well, I
narrator.
don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
See, where is he gonna eat me?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
So where is he gonna put me? No, he still put me in Firewatch.
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Huh.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a
Heartless
creepy man,
bastard.
spying on
I may be
innocent
heartless,
civilians
but I
below you
definitely can't be
from
a
up
wife
high
when
in
you
your
are.
creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
The old S thing that people used to do, like, way back in the day.
Damn.
I wonder what happens if I just stay in Rocket League instead of just falling down the hole.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
Aye.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What
I
a
was
close
almost
call.
to the edge.
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in
Continuously
any...
reversing his inability to satisfy himself.
Oh, thank heavens.
That's the
we
Minecraft
avoided it.
door sound.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big,
insurmountable
walls.
walls. That's what she said.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay, so they put me back in Rocket League, but
Wonderful.
I'm gonna stay away
See, this
from
is
the
exactly
pits
what I
between
had in
the,
mind.
or at the end of the
Just
nets.
a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility
setting
that you
and
could
saying,
get
"Oh, no,
lost
bad
here.
bits. Oh,
Now
no."
this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost
You
in
just
this
call me
game,
heartless
I
and I
will be
expect yours to hell out
phenomenally
of you.
impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's
I don't
see.
think you're heartless,
There are lots
Savage.
of cars here in the
Funny
back,
as
but
hell.
obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Did I do it?
Is it better than my miserable
Yay!
little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try
Multiple
that.
balls?
Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
More balls? Oh my god! There's a shitload of balls.
Balls.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am
He took away my balls.
structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And
He
since you
touched my
decided you
balls.
didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Am I supposed to go down the hole?
I've only played the original Stanley Parable, not the Ultra Deluxe version. The Ultra Deluxe version has different things.
Oh, nowhere to go but down.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Meow.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help
He's
you.
like, wait, hold on, what are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing, you idiot?
It's like I'm falling down a hole.
I'm going down a hole.
Okay, well, there is nowhere else to go but down. Down there. Hallway again.
Spooky.
In the original version of the game, you'd be sent to Portal in Minecraft, but in Ultra Deluxe, it's totally Firewatch and Rocket League. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go this way.
I get it.
At least I got to kick balls around.
Lots of balls.
And then he stole my balls. It's like, ball touching bastard.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost
I think they should have done like,
He'll understand soon what I
like
was trying
Minecraft
to tell
and then
him.
Fortnite, because that would have
He
been funny.
needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends,
Angel?
after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end
Okay,
will
so
be
now I'd
here
have to go
soon.
through the red door, I think. Because,
Very
like, I went through
soon.
the blue one.
I can
So I
wait.
wonder if I follow his directions to the red door. But give me another one. Another one. Another Stanley's doing good.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Let's see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Go back
Perhaps he
through
wanted
again,
to
but
stop
have to go
by
all
the
the way
employee
across.
lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe, because
Stanley
I haven't
felt
been to the
lightheaded,
one on the left,
butterflies in his stomach. But
just gonna
eager
do
to
all
get
the right
back to
side,
business,
I guess, if
Stanley
there's
took the
anything else left
first
to do
open
on the
door
right
on
side.
his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions,
plug
it's
every
incredible he
computer and throw
wasn't
them in every
5
single
years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on
Oh,
the
did
wrong
you check
foot
for an
here.
input?
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm
yeah,
not.
I looked around.
I
The only
realize
things
that
that were
investing
on the
your
screens
trust
were
in
the end,
someone else
the
can
end,
be difficult,
the end,
but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Hey, Firestar!
Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have
Yeah,
zero consideration
to get
for others?
to
Are
get
you
to the
that
rest of them, you're
convinced that I
gonna
want
have
something bad
to
happen to you?
actually
Why,
follow his
I don't
directions
know
in the
how
main
to
office.
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
The
Now listen
red
carefully, this is important.
door.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Would you open the
Oh,
door?
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to
Savage
stop.
fact, the narrator's wife
we
sees me
would
so often
both
she
be
started
so
calling him
much
by his
happier
real
if we
name instead
just
of honey.
stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Do I want to go through that door though? Oh, there's 2 open doors. Okay, this one.
Oh, either one's gonna bring you to the same place.
Oh, okay. Apparently modded more
we
content
want?
sending you another Minecraft
What are
portal
we
and
looking
Half-Life 2.
for?
Oh. What is this shit? Did I go to outer space?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
You feel happy?
I
Well,
actually feel happy.
oh, you're happy? Well, sorry.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Can't have your happiness, narrator.
Sorry,
Oh, no.
you're gonna be
Stay away from the
disappointed.
stairs. If you hurt
Because
yourself,
I am a
if you die, the game will
disappointment.
reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well, you can't have everything you want in life, Mr. Narrator.
No!
Think about what you're doing.
Oh,
No, he's
thank
sad.
God.
He's sad
No.
and desperate.
no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are
Hydrate before you
doing
dehydrate,
this?
bitch.
Ah, shit.
Stanley?
Don't
Let's go
take
back
this
to the
from
other
me too,
room.
your wife already
that
took
for
me.
me?
Oh! God damn.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Narrator, you make me feel bad for you. Stop it.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of
Stop!
it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to
Bye.
get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like
Oh,
you
now
wanted
you
to make
really
a
you
choice
broke
after
your
all.
leg.
Well, this one is yours.
He said, I know. I'm making him feel so bad.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Oh,
He's a
now I
sad
feel
potato.
bad. Now I
He's
feel
a sad
bad.
potato. But yeah, to get the
A
rest of the
meeting room.
inputs,
Yes,
you
that's where
gotta
everyone would be.
actually follow
Stanley just needed
instructions
to get to the
and look
meeting
at the
room, and from then on,
monitors that
he
you
would
run
never be
across.
alone ever again.
Okay. I just feel like turning off all the computer screens they're on. Click. There we go. God, people. They leave their positions and they just fucking...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine. Just, oh no.
Sorry for the crinkling.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
trying to
Stanley decided to go up to his
around my
boss's office,
soft
hoping he
taco.
might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive aggressively on other coworkers. And God damn it, I was reading that, you fucker.
These are coworkers for not supporting you more.
No.
Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text.
Never slept
Everyone
the
is
slide,
unique.
slides, charts,
You
charts,
was
slides.
charts, slides.
Please no more charts, please. I'm begging. Stop. Appreciation minute. 20 things you'll have most about your boss. Boss appreciation specialist? Oh god, there's incorrect grammar all over the place in this thing. Oh, I hate it. Less air! What are your dreams for the future? Comatose! Just not getting fired. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition, and don't get fired! Ooh, the broom closet?
Oh, yes, go in the broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No. I want to stay at the broom closet.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Nope. Fine. How to let your anger out on your coworkers. Slowly build up a close friendship with their wife. Ask if they want coffee and lock all the doors so when the time comes.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Fuck all. Doing sweet. Fuck all.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes,
Standing
I am,
around
Sir
doing
Narrator.
nothing?
Yep.
Why?
Pretty much.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Yep, pretty much. That's what I'm doing. That's pretty much what I'm doing. Just standing in the broom closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh,
Is that the handle to a power washer on that shelf to your left? The orange thing?
Favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning."
I think so.
It looks
Stanley
like
was
one.
fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Damn. Why don't we should get some convincing blackmail into doing what you asked?
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now.
Damn,
You're
savage.
dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central
There's
nervous
severe
system
lack of
and you
textures
collapsed in
on
front of your
this.
screen. Well, in a situation
tell.
like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They
Is that
have
a computer?
fallen
It's a
prey
console,
to any
you
number of your
dumbass.
countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
As you.
Thank you.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee
Okay,
you can't
step
do any
out in the
worse than
hallway.
person who came before you.
For what? Oh, like a second. Wait. Wait for him to finish talking and then go back in.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a
Long-term
monkey
marriage
nearby who can hand the controls to. A fish, fungus, pick up the story again.
Sorry, I'm still laughing at the thing that Savage said. Does anything happen if I just stay here?
No, nothing else happens.
No.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What if I choose to go downstairs?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's two endings here. You can go up to the boss's office where you'll find another computer, or you can go downstairs where you'll just go insane.
Let's get the insane ending.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing
This
his
is the
Oh, they got
this
it.
is the one where
Everything
he
had left
falls
his
out the
post during
window
work
and
hours.
dies
He
on the
might be
pavement.
fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
How did they get the
Maybe,
car in
he
here?
thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single
And also the
moment
car is still
for
on
no
because the
reason at
lights are
all.
on, which means
None
it's
of it made any
just
logical
spewing
sense.
exhaust.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Which it's like,
Why did doors
like, if
close
you
automatically behind him
leave your
wherever
car
he
running
went?
in an enclosed
And
space
for
like
that
that,
matter, these
it is
rooms were starting to look
extremely
pretty
bad.
familiar. Were they
Especially
simply
if you get
Actually, it's on
No,
accessory.
Stanley said to himself, this is all
Oh, it's
too
not accessory,
strange. This
okay.
can't be real. And at
Yeah,
last,
where the
he
lights
came
will
to the
just turn on.
conclusion
It
that had
just
been
it's
on
just
the
gonna
tip of
kill
his
the
tongue.
battery
He
eventually.
just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
Excuse me.
He wasn't going to lose his
Nice.
job. He wasn't crazy after all.
AB
He thought to
1112.
himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Over and over again.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Everything we know is there.
Now, hearing the voice speak
What's the
these
difference
words was
between
quite a
me and
shock
the
to Stanley.
narrator?
After all,
You
he
have
knew for
his
certain beyond a doubt that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that?
There's the
This
answer.
voice was a part of himself
You have
too.
his-
Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He
Also,
would prove that
the
he
second
was in
correct answer
control,
would be
that
you
this
get
was
more
a dream.
bitches than the narrator.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Still able to
Let me
move around
wake
and look
up,
around.
he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my
Damn it, it
job.
was so good to say
Let
that.
me continue pushing the
Ayy,
buttons.
great minds think
It's all I
alike.
want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
Well, you can't
All
have
I
your
want
wife.
is my life exactly
Too
the
bad,
way
can't
it's
have your
always
wife.
been. My life is normal.
Yeah,
I
Savage
am
stole Stanley's wife too.
Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Delete Savage stole it. Yep.
Stanley began screaming.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
And everything went black.
I want my wife too bad. She's right next to me. This time my face is right
This is the
behind me.
story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She rose,
Damn.
got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments,
Oh,
she
never
considered
mind.
the strange
I
man.
thought
He was
man, I'm
obviously
so bad at
crazy.
remembering this
Much she
game.
knew. Everyone
I thought
knows
he
what
fell
crazy
out a
people
window and
do.
died.
And in that moment, she thought to herself
He just
how lucky
collapsed
she
from a
was to be
fucking
normal.
aneurysm.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I
you
know
sure you're
what
in
is
control of
real
your mind?
and what isn't. It was comforting to think this,
It's like
and in
the
a certain
lady.
way,
It's like, are you
seeing
sure
this
you're in
man made
control
her
of your
feel
mind?
better.
Are you sure?
But then she remembered the
Is
meeting
anyone
she had
No.
scheduled
really in
for that
control
day.
of their mind?
The very important people whose impressions
No.
of her would affect her career,
Because I definitely
and
am
by
not.
extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was
It's
only
called
a moment that she stood there, staring down at the
overthinking.
body. And then she turned and ran.
Which gets me in trouble. You may be in control of your mind, but I'm in control of your life. Oh,
Jesus, I can feel the heat from here now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total
He
solitude
never
was
functioned well
terrifying
by
to him.
himself. He constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. Yeah, I love how the
When
narrator's
Stanley came to a
dialogue
set
just
of
keeps
2 open
changing.
doors, he entered the
Yeah.
door on his left.
Ooh, nice picture.
Also,
Ooh, nice picture.
you're not gonna get the new content until you get all the other
Yet there
endings.
was not a single
of this
person
one.
here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Oh,
Hoping
that's
coming to a
boss.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No, if you keep going in there, he'll eventually just board the door.
We will. I'll have to do that
Yeah.
next time. I'll have to like circle back around and just
Yeah,
like,
because you can't go through there.
executive bathroom.
Don't open the broom closet. His wife and I are in there. Difference
To be rich
between
isn't
Savage and
crime.
Stanley.
Crimes isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to
Stanley. Savage stole your girl, stole your wife, stole your mother, stole your entire life, and burnt you to a crisp.
Extreme bathroom.
Extreme.
Ooh, lovely picture.
Extreme bathrooms. What happens after you've had Taco Bell?
Okay, like it says other things.
Speaking of, I've had
Bath Boy
Bath guy
testifies.
testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of getting ass on your ash? Is that ass or ash?
I think it's ash.
On your porcelain?
Oh, ash.
Faucets, pipes, offshoots.
I earned this name just like I earned this one.
Woo!
Damn.
There
The
it is.
beige pages
Input
instead of the yellow
received.
pages.
The beige. But yet the pages are still yellow. I think you can open that door. Yeah, there you go.
What happens if I go in here?
It's another ending that way.
Like, bing boom. Bing boom. Bing boom. Is it just a permanent elevator?
Oh, nope, you stopped. The elevator lasts longer than the narrator's life. God damn!
The narrator is actually singing in the background. It's not like any trophies for being in the elevator. elevator a certain amount of time?
I have no clue.
So I got 27% of trophies. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Oh god. I would have to do that one time. Yeah. I'd have to do that one time, like just take an entire Tuesday off and just have the game sitting on. Just fucking do it. Probably do that as like an editing day on my computer while leaving the game running all day. Then if I get any people
Just
coming in
make
and visiting, I'd be like, listen, there's a reason why I'm not doing anything. There's a reason.
You have to make sure that you like hit the controller every now and then, just so then your console doesn't power off.
Oh, I actually have that setting turned off by default.
Oh. Well, never mind then.
I also need to look up to see what that one that says 8, like it's just a bunch of 8s.
I'm not sure about
Inside
that one.
the boss's office, you'll find a keypad. Oh, just put 8. Just put 8 a bunch of times.
Fun.
So the elevator doesn't do anything.
Nope.
But it is a permanent vibration on the controller, though, which is really
Stepping
weird.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Vibrator.
Shocked, unraveled,
Oh,
Stanley
there's a way
wondered
to
in
back out of the
disbelief
office
who
and get
orchestrated
trapped.
this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
I mean, you'd
Stanley
still be able to
happened
figure out
input the
what
correct
buttons
code by
to
sheer
put
luck.
on the keypad if
Amazing. He
the
stepped
buttons
into
were
the
worn
newly
down.
opened passageway.
Unless he keeps replacing the buttons. In which case, you would
That's
be able to
true.
tell what buttons were older and which ones weren't.
True.
So it's like, it's kind of futile unless you replaced every button on the keypad. But
Oh. Okay, here there's actually 3 different choices once you go down that elevator. You can either continue on, which would take you to the facility or the quote-unquote escape, or you can go back up the elevator.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he
descending
felt
deeper,
a bit
hey,
peculiar.
yo.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Let's see. Okay, so what are my options here?
You can either go through the tunnels and you can either take escape or the mind control facility, or you can go back up the elevator.
Let's go back up the elevator. Ranger just
Whoops.
texted me.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a...
I think this just, I think this one just gives you some extra dialogue from the narrator, because the narrator's just so confused.
What happens if I go back
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
That's right. That was pretty much it.
How does he keep
He
coming
he just
along?
gets some extra dialogue out of the man. He's going back. What happens if you keep going up and down the elevator?
Did you think we were
Does
going to go
the
forward
narrator
down
just
the
eventually
spooky
just be like,
corridor?
really dude, the
It's
fuck you
time once
doing?
again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
This is way to piss off the narrator number 20,000.
It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
You say like I'm pulling 0
Please hold.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
I told you I definitely was there.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Master Stanley. Now that has a ring to it. I am in control now.
Going back down in the elevator.
I probably
How did I
will.
not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had
Going
never been
back down in
attempted
the
before.
elevator. How did I
had no
not
frame of
anticipate?
reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and
For
repetitive.
gripping narrative, you want to play as a gripping narrative.
God damn. I was gonna say, did he disable the
I
elevator?
just thought of something.
Oh, he's
Hold
not
on,
saying
let's
anything
stop
now.
for a minute. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Oh, never
You and
mind.
we have no way of knowing what will be at the
Oh.
top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so
I love that feeling.
fleeting.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we take this
Ursula
elevator
Dare,
ride
Rose
nice
Miller, Anakin
and
Skywalker.
smooth? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems
Nice
like
and
nowadays the
slow,
only thing
you
that
say.
audiences want is to be shocked
Yeah.
as loudly and frequently as possible. They want
Loudly
big,
and frequently,
explosive
hey,
moments
yo.
flung right in their faces from the very
Explosive?
moment that things get started.
Hey, yo!
Where's the tension? Where's
yo.
the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we
Really
given
can't
time
give
to
me
imagine the
a
surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such
I have to be
unimaginative
engaged.
drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact.
Mind the gap. Can I fall in there? Can I fall in there? No.
Nope.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Oh God. Let's do it. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it. The pyramids. The pyramids or the pyramides? There's a difference. The guy who went to Mars. World peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is.
Stanley tonight live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable, Stanley.
Stanley from the Stanley Parable.
World's first sentient machine. Oh God.
Can you open that door? That's
right.
closed.
Are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart.
His name is Stanley Ryder.
I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you.
Almonds, chair,
Go
gum,
get 'em.
table, nut bar. To stage. Well, I kind of
Nut bar.
Doing great, a conversation with Alexander the Great.
No.
Indoors monthly. Secret
The
heart, like how you
storytelling.
reckons reversed. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. I played the dream. Hi, Mom. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your coworkers. Aw. Sweetheart.
Remember where you came from? That is literally the middle of fucking nowhere. What do you mean?
Break a leg champ, your boss. I love the way you ride elevators. Hey, yo! Thanks for showing me that
They're
cool
just jealous.
skateboard truck in the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage, rock on.
That guy that says, I love the way you ride elevators is just jealous because they're not getting ridden like Stanley rides elevators.
Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife?
From the apartment ending?
The apartment ending?
Yeah, that's one if you go all the way across the lift.
Oh, and there's an adventure line on here?
Straight to a hole.
Regulate check. How do I make a comment or not? I mean, you could make a comment. The dude who came up with pizza. The Lord.
Lord.
Because I
Excuse
kinda
me,
could've-
sir. Excuse me, sir. It's your time to talk about your load and safely through your life.
I would hate being on stage in front of that many people. I would have a straight up fucking panic attack.
Same.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
What is happening now? What is happening?
Oh, look for another input.
The new content door is open. But I haven't gotten all of them.
When Stanley came to a set
Yeah,
of two
I guess there
open
was just a
doors,
certain
he
number
entered
that
the
you had to
door on
get.
his left.
Because I haven't gotten the one from all the
This
way
was not
across
the correct
on
way to the
lift.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand,
Damn,
majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna pass right by that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the
I have
fact
trust
is
issues,
that the
Mr.
story
Narrator.
has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop
Is it
trying
your
to
wife?
make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I don't know what she you're talking about, Mr. Narrator. Ah,
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this,
No,
to
let me
reach
out of
out
here.
to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
how about
As
no?
Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope
I
for a
plugged the damn
life
phone.
reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yep.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that?
I
You
grabbed the plug
actually
and I pulled it out of the wall,
chose
so I did
incorrectly.
it.
I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yes, I am. It's about time
I
you
can't
fucking
believe I
notice, you
was so
dumbass.
mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Oh,
Please
no.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Since when have I ever made any awesome
Choice.
decisions?
It's the best part of being a
Why
real
is that the
person.
Cheerios font?
But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
I
For
don't
example,
know.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Ew,
Or
why
he
would you
could
turn a
spend
bug into a
years of
burger?
hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Back, sack,
Excellent.
and crack.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
Why are you putting your face
Most
in
medical
an alligator's
professionals
mouth? Or
recommend
crocodile.
making at
Could be
least
either one.
8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less?
No.
And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome
Sack and
back.
crack, like
You
how
may
my
have
sack
noticed
cracked
that
too
this
much.
room has begun to deteriorate as a result
Danger,
of
danger
narrative
everywhere.
contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're
Alright, so
properly
how did they
informed
stack
on good
those
decision
forklifts on
making,
top of each
we're
other
going
like
to
that?
revisit a choice you made just a few minutes
Using
ago.
What?
And
This
see
one's
what the
listening to the
correct thing to
ground?
do would have been. This way, please.
No, I can't click on anything. Oh, damn. Okay. No. No, damn it. Never mind. Guess I have to go this way. Okay, Mr. Narrator, where am I supposed to go?
Now that
He
we
made
know
it where
your
you
choices
can't
are
jump
meaningful,
off.
We can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine
You
the
have
main
no choice.
character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
You sure? Can I go back? Ah, no. Fine. I heard a fucking door. Now squeeze out. Shut the door. Shut the door.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Everything is destroyed. Destroy everything.
Destruction! Oh
It's
god.
ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that you.
Alright,
my
who let the
story,
subspace elements
you
have their way in
destroyed
this
my
office?
work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that
hate
my story
Mondays.
is
Well,
not
it happens to
incorrect?
be
How can I go
Mondays, so-
back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
You
I
good?
don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the
good?
game down. I have to. I have to.
Hey, LD!
rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Good.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yes.
You just had to see?
Yes.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
What? Oh, you bitch.
My story.
I am not a child. I happen to be an adult.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No. I do it.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope. It's like, sir, I have a severed streak a mile long.
That? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I want this door.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Is it just a never
Behave
ending
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
I'm not sure.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go to the door on the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, so you can't go downstairs.
Oh.
You can't go in the bathroom.
He's forcing you to go forward now.
What the hell? It's green in
Stepping
here now.
inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Am I supposed to do something here?
Stanley spoke
Just
the
click
code.
the thing because the microphone
115.
isn't active.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. Hear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Mr. Narrator, how am I supposed to do that?
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously.
I was slouching.
If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
I broke the game.
door on his left.
I see Stanley standing.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision.
The end is never the end, is never the end.
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know.
Poor
I know
narrator.
this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I just have to answer the phone. Because I think I did the one where I didn't answer the phone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Yes.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I have picked up the phone. Where?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh my, hi.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. On here.
Pulling the bread, yeah, my bread. Hey, yo.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Do I have to press triangle on my controller? Do I have to?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Oh, I can crouch? I didn't know I could crouch.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a
Well, you
button.
can't now.
He's eating lunch.
You couldn't before.
Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's
AJ.
chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Do not do it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
I did it. At least I think I did it. I got another input. One of the phones are ringing.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Well, okay.
What a very complicated list.
Yeah, I would have been like, whoa, 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 hang on, let me write this all down real quick, hang on. Slow it down, slow it down! It's like, honey, I didn't, quite catch all of what you said on the list.
When
You
Stanley
spoke
came to
little
a
too
set of
quickly.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Yes.
Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Just
Stanley
being a
decided
case
to go,
closed.
oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room.
Not
Please
again.
take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Now I just have to go back down the elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
It's been the 60-cent commercial music. I have no idea.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At
No.
this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yep. Pretty much. Whee!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
If
Stanley
I
can't
crouch,
see
can I
the
avoid
bigger
being
picture.
crushed?
He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world
no.
is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layer remains almost identical to the first iteration. Pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. The set of the 2 open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinet. The office. Nature paintings. Actually, I wouldn't say that they're paintings. I would say those are actually photographs, not paintings. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized. There's a door that way, and a path that way. I'm gonna go this way. What do me and the narrator's wife have in common? I don't know. Early in development, we designed an ending where the Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which is not our intention. Oh, that would have been funny, though. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Could you tell me what the significance of the number 1112800 is? They want to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? Oh god. Should this game be? You born with voices, you bark with the magician, and finally, most important question of all, what is Stanley's last name? Ryder. Oh god. Early version of the lounge. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Huh, interesting. Interesting. It's like a whole ass museum going on in here. No idea what direction I'm actually supposed to be going in.
I don't think there is a set direction. You just have to keep trying to find it.
Okay, well this is back down to where I started. So let's go this way.
Nothing there. Shoot. Now look closer, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll
There's
probably
supposed to
spend
be
the
a
next
room
hour
with
trying to
a
solve it.
switch in
Here,
it.
I'm just going to make this easy on you. Stanley walked through the green door. Then he pushed the number 8.
Oh, there's also an ending where you can get to an escape pod.
When Stanley came to the deck,
before you even take the new content.
There it is, entertaining either of us. I think there's another path down this way, maybe, that I haven't taken yet. Okay, I've been in there. Been in there. I went that way. Okay, no, I found my way back in here again. Aha! There's an exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
Actually, she's aware. She broke the fourth wall.
She's sentient. Said I really had to go. Oh, okay, Savage. The end is ever the end is ever the end is ever the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No inputs in here. Nope, I guess that didn't count as an input ending?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's gotta be another computer somewhere that you can input.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
The narrator knows what you're gonna do.
So I guess I have to go and take the, that one path.
Yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I hit the off button.
Blackness and a rising chill of
Yes,
uncertainty.
there's another ending if you turn it
Was
on.
it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
Frickin'
And that was
door's
all
taking
he needed.
ages to open!
It was perhaps the only thing
Frickin'
worth
door!
doing.
Hurry up!
Stanley stepped through the open
Hurry
door.
up! Get ready.
Open, you. Open.
Stanley
Piece
felt the
of
cool breeze
shite.
upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Honk, honk. Honk, honk. Beat the game, trophy earned. Complete the Stanley Parable.
Somebody's frickin' car alarm is going off.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
For
decided
others,
to go
it's
to the
like
meeting
someone's
room. Perhaps he
anti-theft
simply
alarm.
missed a memo.
The frickin' computer screen, the frickin' car is screaming, "Someone's trying to steal me! They touched me without consent!"
They put their hands all over me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I just need one more input, but I don't know where it is.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
fuck is that
boss's office.
computer
Coming to a
screen?
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I got that ending, but I can't
Here's the
remember
door,
what it was.
just go.
Here's the door, just go, he says. Maybe I have to get the, wall where I turn the power on.
Maybe.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Speed run.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Somebody got
Each
fired.
bore the number of an employee in the building.
There's a couple people that
Stanley's
says
co-workers.
fired.
The lives of so many individuals
Oh,
reduced
you
to
can
images
find
on a
your
screen.
computer
And Stanley,
monitor, your
one of
screen
them,
on there.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
427.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been
there
under
it
someone's
is.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was
There's, like,
happy with his
2
boring
or
job?
3
That his emotions
monitors
had been
fired.
manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it.
One
He
below
couldn't accept it.
600
His own
is
life
his
in
fire.
someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire
Happened?
life utterly blind to the world?
Look
But
at
here
all
was
the
the proof, the heart of the
red
operation.
lights.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again. Oh, Stanley,
Turn
you
it
didn't
on.
just activate the
Turn
controls,
it on.
did you? After they kept you
Turn it on.
enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, another member in the chat.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA
Just backtrack to the
identification,
other room while he's talking,
nuclear
like-
detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now.
I don't
Shape it to
know
your
if
heart's
there's a
desires.
trophy or
This is
anything
much
for pushing
better
all
than
of the
what I had in
buttons.
mind. What a shame we have so little time left to
No, I
enjoy
looked
it.
at the
Mere moments until the
Single.
bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
2.
More time to talk about
There's
you,
a 3
about
somewhere.
me, where we're going.
It's
What all this
up the
means,
stairs,
I
I
barely know
think.
where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
That's number
I'll
4.
tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I
Sounds
set
like
you free.
somewhere.
Of course,
There
that was
is a number
merely in this
3.
instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
Oh, there's
pushing
3.
buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost
The
hate to see it
number 5 is
go.
over here, because I remember seeing that one
I'm
on my
sure
way through.
whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control
Challenge
this
accepted.
world, that's fine. But I'm
He said
going to destroy
challenge
it
accepted.
first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown
Goodbye,
to
employee
pieces.
427.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Boom. I blew up.
Go home.
Let's see. Oh, the input was in here the whole time.
What?
The input was in the 427 office the whole time.
Wow.
Welcome, Stanley, to heaven.
They're all buttons. You can push the buttons.
I like buttons. I like buttons. Push all of the buttons.
They just turn back on.
Ow. What's the point of putting buttons? Push, 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 push. Pushy, push, push.
Because the point is you're in heaven pushing buttons. You died happy pushing buttons. I can't remember how to get the escape pod ending though.
What am I supposed to do for him?
You have to restart the game.
Oh. What if I do quit to menu and then go back in? See what happens.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the
I
story
thought it was
of a
gonna
man
trigger a
named Stanley.
trophy, because I know what the trophies is that you have to like exit the game and
Stanley
then go back
worked
in.
for a company in a big
I wonder if
building
you have to
where
close
he
out the
was
game entirely in order to
employee
do
number
that.
427.
Damn.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day, of every month, of every year.
Super Go Outside,
And
Settings
although
World
others might have
Champion,
considered it soul-wrenching,
Speed Run,
Stanley
which is
relished
complete the
every
game in
moment
under
of
4
the
minutes and
orders,
22 seconds,
as though
not
he had
including
been
load
made
times.
exactly for this job.
Commitment,
And Stanley
that's do the Tuesday. Welcome Back, which is quit the game and start it again.
And then one
there's a
day,
test
something
trophy.
very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go to the new content door.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Okay, you have to go up to the boss's office to get the escape pod ending. You have to go up to the boss's office and then back out of the room before the door closes.
On home computers. After receiving critical and commercial commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
just do, like, a second
reimagining of
episode
the game
of
for
this,
consoles and home computers.
tomorrow or something.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands
6
the world
p.m.
of the
I got a few
Stanley
things that I
Parable,
gotta do.
delighting audiences the world over.
Okie dokie.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay,
The
so
stream
far
will
it's an
not that long,
elevator.
because it says
Nothing
the stream
special
has
yet,
4.
but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right.
Jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
That's it. Just jumping.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I mean, it's not like I really have a choice because he reset the game anyway.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Do I want to know what you have going on in this vent? Do I want to know?
Yes.
Oof. It's like I want to show you something. What?
Okay,
What is
you
it
remember
that
how
wanna
cheap
show?
and unsatisfying the new Ultra
Mangoes
Deluxe
in the
content
vents.
turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking
That'd
about
be
it.
terrifying.
And how much better the Stanley
Here
Parable
comes
used to
Mango.
be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back
Excuse
in
me?
October
A
of
cheap
2013,
PlayStation port? Fuck
when the
you.
game originally launched?
It was
Back then,
$25. That's
video
not cheap.
games had integrity. Back then,
Cheap would
it
have been
all
like
meant
$5.
something. Oh,
Yeah.
waste. And over here is where I keep reviews of the
I think it's
Stanley Parable. Like
cheaper
the
on
stunning
PC.
triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Memory zone maintenance. Wait, can I actually go in there? Hang on. Nope.
Not
Can't open
yet.
the door. Damn it.
Open the door.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding
fake
choices
me
I've
upstairs.
ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
It's not even a franchise, it's just a singular game.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews will
Pressurized gas? It's supposed to be Steam reviews.
They can't say Steam on PlayStation.
Fair.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play
But
this
yet,
game to full completion.
Steam
The
review
narrator is
format right
obnoxious
there.
and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of
Damn.
gags to insert into the Stanley Parable,
Like a
but the
slap
game is
face
already
with that
such a
review.
densely layered web of profound philosophical
That guy
insights that I
roasted the
can't even
narrator
imagine
almost
where
as
I'd have the
harshly
room to
as
stick
Savage.
Savage turned him into a crisp.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, look, to be honest, I had always thought of the
Very
game's
preachy.
dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable
Hello, Savage.
isn't quite as sterling
We were
as I
actually
always
just talking
remembered.
about you.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button.
Yeah, one of these
Yes,
reviews
yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly
roasted
too
the
preachy, then
narrator almost
maybe
as
letting them
badly as
skip
you
ahead
did.
for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative
Calling this
reviews from the record.
unfunny.
Only positive reviews
Negative
of the
go,
Stanley Parable. That's my
funny.
motto, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant
Keep
droning
pushing the
starts
skip
to bore
button.
you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably...
I don't remember it.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice.
You'd be surprised at how long I can tolerate someone's voice.
I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but
I mean, I had a college teacher that had a monotone voice, and it was my college algebra class. Needless to say, I failed that class because of that.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once.
Does he
that you are
actually
both making
just
choices
keep talking?
and not making choices,
Yes.
and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there.
12 hours.
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room.
They're getting longer,
Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunity.
And he's gone.
Say bye, Mr. Narrator.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing.
He's still salty about that.
He's salty as fuck.
Like, he's so salty it makes the ocean jealous.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
The roof is leaking. Oh, and it's slowly becoming more and more destroyed. The clock is dead. Now the clock is completely destroyed.
Dang.
Hey, at least there's plants, so we can start eating some leaves and berries and... Oh wait, those are bright red berries, don't eat those. Those are you berries. Those would kill you.
Nom.
The clock is more dead than a song after I was in. There's spoopy noises going on now. Okay, the whole building is now on its side. And the skip button now no longer works. Uh-oh. Excuse me.
Go outside.
Did the apocalypse happen while I was mashing the skip button?
Yes.
not sure what direction it's supposed to go in. But it does just try this. I'm pretty sure one thing that I remember is that you unlock a bucket, I think, for this.
Yeah, in the new content you get a bucket.
Huh? What happened? Where am I?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
After
Did
restarted.
something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
That sounds very suggestive, Mr. Narrator. I mean, yeah, it's like, I have a hard time processing what's happening sometimes, too.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Oh, I can't get on the bus? No, I don't want to get on the bus. It's a spinny chair. It's one of those ones you sit in, you just spin around forever until the chair tips over, and then you get hurt because your hands get crushed underneath it.
Try out some of the new features.
Spinny stool.
Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And
too
of course,
big.
the first and most
Your button
obvious
can never be too
answer
big.
is that they want
Too
to be
small, your button can never be
individually
too small.
recognized and
Just
validated as
right.
people.
You know what? I like
So
the big
with
button
that in
better.
mind, my first addition to the game is this
That
button,
button looks like it's
which
big enough for you to
speaks
sit
the
on.
name of the person playing the game.
The spinny
Isn't
chair
that
scene
wonderful?
is so bad.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
I'm not gonna let you
Now,
finish.
allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless
Yo.
button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd
Jim,
only played
Jim,
along,
Jim,
that would have been
Jim,
your name
Jim,
the button
Jim,
says. But
Jim,
no.
Jim,
Instead,
Jim,
oh,
Jim,
I
Jim,
can't even
Jim,
think about
Jim,
it. I'm taking
Jim,
the Jim button
Jim,
away.
Jim, 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 Jim.
Aw. He
Keep
took my
hitting the
button.
button.
He took my button away. I'm sad now. He took my button.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
He took your button. So I took his life. Damn.
Damn!
Wife, oh my god. That was
Oh, his
one
wife?
typo.
Okay.
Holy shit.
That got dark fast.
Settings world champion. You have to play with all the settings and the menus. The infinite hole.
So I just have to, like, click it.
Maybe?
Very small, medium, large, very large, very large.
This is the story of...
I have messed with the setting.
Damn.
Okay, settings world champion. Let's see. Select every possible setting menu. Oh, until every possible number and configuration was chosen? Oh god. Oh lordy, that sounds like a fucking nightmare.
Nightmare, nightmare.
Oh shit. It's fine. Never underestimate the power of my click. Because apparently you can't hold it down, you actually have to click it. Click. It's a trophy, apparently, and it should open this door as well.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man.
You actually can shut the narrator right the fuck up by just turning his entire volume off.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay. That one. Next. Click. Click more. Yay! I got it. Trophy earned.
Settings world champion?
Door isn't open. Oh, now it's open.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done. You've experienced
Ooh,
every step,
great job.
traveled to all corners of the settings
I
menu.
did it.
There's nothing
Like I
you
said,
haven't
never
seen.
underestimate
so
the
just for
power
you,
of my
in the Stanley
click.
Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new
I
setting.
mean, it's like when I was
something
clicking on the
called
door, I just did this.
bumpscosity. What exactly
Look at this is the serial guy.
Well, I
On
haven't
the
quite
wall,
figured
look
that
at him.
part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider,
settings
and that it'll
sliders to
be
every possible
accessible from the
setting.
settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're
Just for
looking
season
forward to
count
trying
now.
out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley
You're the
Parable
champion of
2.
setting all the sliders to all the possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. Yay! And there's my actual trophy. Woohoo! I did it!
Nice.
I didn't use all of my jumps.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
No, there's not, unfortunately. No, not a jumps. Sag. Free, new, and easy trophy. Can't believe it's that simple. That's what she said. It just works. Pull the lever, receive your new trophy. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
No.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. Can you find them? I don't know, maybe.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the
This
intrinsic joy
game
of
is
watching
so
a number go up.
freaking, like,
You'll simply collect
calming to
all of
listen
them, and then
to.
you move
I'm
the hell on with
dozing
your
the fuck off.
unremarkable life.
What exhibit have we visited? Why?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video
wife,
game, and
your
then they
wife
give you a
is
big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Val's like, never mind.
Never mind. What's in here? No. Please, no screenshot.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit
Get
of
well
decoration,
someday, or
like
happy
balloons.
12th birthday.
But I'm undecided on get well someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with?
Whatever one you decide is he's gonna choose the opposite.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Joke's on you,
Get
because
well
this is what I
someday
wanted,
it
so...
is.
Joke's on you, because I actually wanted that one, so...
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Let's see, what's next?
The hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down.
Ooh, I want to
forever.
go in a
That's
hole.
right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Whee! Yeah,
You
the
see,
fish.
isn't it wonderful?
Consent.
One of my more
Consent.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
The whole
I
game.
don't think
You've
this
gotten to
whole
see
I don't
the
think this whole game
infinite
consent. I
hole.
just dropped
you
in
can
it
press
anyway.
the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can
You need
continue
consent.
onward.
No, I think I'm just gonna keep going.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. You do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know
gonna
quite
end
how to
eventually,
say
I
this
think.
tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely
Deep hole. That's what she
I don't
said.
want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
That's what she
is
said
it
again.
Infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Smack.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Very
You
pause button
found
is
me
a
out,
Roman numeral
Stanley.
too.
I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't
How
you
did
put
this
this
mug
on me.
survive the fall?
Maybe you're the problem.
Made out of plastic.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we
Even a
both said
plastic
some
from
things
jumping
we
from
didn't
that
mean. Why don't
far
we just put all
for
this
that long
behind
would have
us
shattered
and
when it
agree
hit the
to
ground.
just call the hole mostly
Unless it's rubber.
infinite? If that works for you,
The
then
rubber
go
would have
ahead and
bounced.
press the teleport button to walk up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
What happens if I just sit here? She said she was 18 and talking. Yo!
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like,
You like
holes
holes
too
too
much.
much. That's what she said.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean,
This entire
admittedly,
sequence is a
I
that's
didn't
what
make
she
an
said.
infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
How about no?
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer possible to call the whole infinite.
Oh my
By
gosh,
the
that
lax
was
overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley,
You
I have
can
no
never have too much
explanation for
hole,
the
Savage
uncertain nature of the
2024.
hole's length. Here, let's
Somebody
try
quote that.
something. Let's pop back up to the top,
Okay,
and we'll see if
I
it
need
gets
to
any
be
shorter.
RB.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this
Hey,
point.
a hole is a
It's
hole.
more
Doesn't
of a
matter how deep it
concavity,
is.
or even a very aggressive divot.
A hole is a hole. Does not matter how deep it
How
is.
is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth,
Obsessed
I just
with
can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working, just still nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't
Don't leave
bear
me
to
here.
be away from the hole,
It's
and
getting
now
really
you'll get
lonely in
more
there.
time with
Listen,
it than you could
we
ever
all
have
end
asked
up
for.
going to
It's
church
a
at some
win
point,
for
I think.
everyone. You get to be with the
So
hole.
we're all
I
holy.
get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I guess I'm stuck in a hole. That's right. It's fine. I'm going to BRB for about 5 minutes because I need to use the bathroom. So I'll be back.
Just use bag beaches. I someone tortured my whole jokes. What? There, it's a big hole. Something you could say outside in the bedroom. I've got chalupa, so I'm going to eat my chalupa.
What's up, bitches? I'm back. There may be a big hole, but no hole is too big. Okay, I'm back. This should make this the most sus chat for Minnie to see. Yes. Hello, Angel. I told you I wasn't gonna be gone very long. I'm usually only gone for about 5 minutes.
I'm also here, but I'm eating my chalupa.
My other roommate apparently made something that was meat product related because Boomer and Angel have been at the door, like sniffing under the door, like, ooh, we want it. The hole is getting deeper. If I was to have the chat be a lot of sus stuff related to holes so that you'd have to scroll out to read it all, but you got back before we could even do it. Any button, change your perspective. Wow, that's what Stanley looks like? Ugh. Ugly. He has a face only a mother could love. Any button changes your perspective? Well, I am pushing other buttons and it's not happening.
Stanley's got a face only a mother could love. That's why Savage got to steal his wife.
Oh, puppies!
Longer. Now you're no longer using.
What's happening in this game right now?
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting
There's
away
nothing
into
else.
dreamland.
In a hole.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole
I don't know,
is
I
just
think we
so
all
darn
collectively took
fascinating
something.
that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Can I, let's just doze off in the hole again. Oh, what? Oh, I got yeeted out of the hole. They took me out of my hole.
Here we are.
Damn.
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The narrator had enough.
The narrator had enough of my bullshit. The reassurance buckets.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense
my
of
bucket?
reckless despair in those who played
Where's my
it.
bucket, friend?
Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on.
Narrator, shut up. Give me my damn bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
There we go. I have my
Does
bucket.
anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Let's take the bucket. I don't think the hole's infinite again. But let's take the bucket into the infinite hole room and see what happens. Oh, it won't let me. The door's shut. Sag. Okay, let's see. Where to now? I'll take a bucket to his wife. Hey, yo! Okay, so I got the bucket. I've been in that room. I've been in the epilogue room. In the gym button. Is there nothing more I can do here, or infinite hole? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna click the begin the game again and see what happens.
No, there's an exit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the...
Oh.
You notice my sign.
I lost my
Yes,
bucket.
I have something very
You have to
exciting
run to the
say.
bucket because there's an exit. There's an exit in that room.
I wasn't sure where the exit was, so I was just like,
It's up a set of stairs.
I'm retrieving my bucket. I'm grabbing my
You see,
bucket, I'm going to the
Stanley,
infinite
I've
hole
been
with
reflecting on
my
the
bucket.
Stanley Parable,
and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Going this way.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
This one was more
a common
interesting
complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem of the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding
Stanley
the bucket,
Parable
a sense
Reassurance
of calm
Bucket.
and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
While
As
you're
long as
doing
you
that,
hold on to the
I
bucket,
am going
the many disorienting contradictions
I
of the
think
Stanley
Badlands
Parable
got
will feel
corrupted.
perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Is
You
that
may even come to long
alcohol?
for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the
Unless
bucket
Juicy
is in
Juice
your
is now
arms.
alcohol.
And to be honest, it's a
No.
much more
No.
convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the
I mean, depends on what
perfect
kind of
solution.
juicy juice
Come
is it. Is it apple juice, grape juice?
It's fruit punch.
Well, let it sit long enough, it'll ferment, it'll be alcohol.
No, but I gotta double check to make sure I didn't just like splash a little bit of liquid onto my
Totally not laughing about mine when you get fucked by a god joke.
I just got a couple of
Oh, what stream was it? Was that during Helldivers or was that during something else?
It's his wife's juice. Hey, yo, no. No. Hey, don't touch his butt.
Where can I buy? What?
Can you
His
feel
wife's
it?
juice.
The glow of comfort,
Fortnite
even
stream.
in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, I freaking doubt it.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I need to take my bucket into the infinite hole.
Wait, do you have any more jumps?
No.
Stanley, here's an idea
But
that
you
I'm
began
truly
the game
fond of.
again.
It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a
I'll have to double
hole
check.
that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video. You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see
The
the
most
infinite
enjoyable
hole, you can press the teleport button to
Oh.
hop back up to the top
God
and
dang.
continue onward.
Ranger's gonna give me that award one day.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
I am clever, thank you.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me?
The kind of person that would
Maybe
definitely
you're the
make sure
problem.
your wife leaves you for another man.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just...
No, I
put
totally
all
meant
this
what I said, you
behind us
asshole.
and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite. If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I heard my name. Unless your name is asshole, that is not what she said.
Great. Now, I'm very
Bad
excited to
lad
show
said
you-
I would
Oh,
fall
for heaven.
infinitely into
You
his
see,
life.
I was
Oh
right.
my
The
god.
problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
You like holes.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed?
Heard it from
You're
his
back
wife.
in the
Oh,
hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely
Boomer, who
deep,
invited
even
you to
by the
crawl
lax
across my
overall
lap?
standards for
Who
accountability and
invited
marketing.
you?
What's going on here? Stanley, I have no
Sir?
explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's
Sir?
length.
Who invited you?
Let's try something. Let's start at the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Apparently he just wanted to say hello.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Stop.
You just do whatever it is you're here to
What
do.
are you
and
doing,
hit the
kitty cat?
teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Cat is savage.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
What do you need, sir? What do you need, sir? Oh, now Angel wants to say hello.
sir, please.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose...
Really, you two?
There's one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and
It's
now
fine.
you'll get
Me
more
and
time
Bucky
with it
will
than you
have
could ever have asked
very
for.
much fun
It's a
in the hole.
win for everyone.
Without you.
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
The bucket doesn't do anything with the hole.
Just wait.
I'll have a wonderful eternity with the hole. You'll have a wonderful eternity with this wife's hole.
The hole right now is before Savage met his wife.
Damn right it is. The bucket is on the ground. Why would you put the bucket on the ground? The bucket deserves more respect. There it is. Welcome to error. You just sit down.
He should have been upside down with his head in the bucket.
Stanley!
What?
Oh, good, you're awake.
What you wake me up for,
Seems
you
had
bitch?
sort of dozed off there.
It's like,
Just
welcome
going
to
away into
hell.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so
We're
darn
going too
fascinating
deep into this
that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake
Somebody
you up
please
to
call
keep
that in
you
guest
really,
post, because that's
truly
hilarious.
focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Holy person.
Yay! I've been freed from my... It's never too deep.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay,
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Let me in. Let me out. Let me in. Let me out. No, I have no more jobs.
Sad.
Let's see, where is the exit?
Exit. The sign to your left. There we go. Up the stairs.
Calling it the Stanley
Wait,
Parable
what?
2 is
Hold
just
on.
so much
Should be able to
catchier
get to
than
those
Ultra
stairs
Deluxe,
over
don't
there.
you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to
Yes, I
move on
have.
now?
Yep, I have my bucket. I'm happy. I'm getting out of here. See ya, bye. I love the narrator. I mean, the narrator's, he's alright. We like giving him a lot of
So,
sass.
Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features
Actually,
will
we
come
just like
together as
roasting
one
him until
single
he's a Chris.
coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's
So welcome
going
to
to
the
work.
stream.
There's definitely a
Welcome.
good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
2. Wow. With the infinite hole.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay,
Yes,
never
your voice
mind.
is so relaxing. I'm so
Hold
happy
on.
to see
Let
someone
me do a
streaming right
different
now. Aw.
arrangement. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, this
Thank
is
you.
much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Version 2. Something in the background's
Who am
like,
I kidding,
"Whoa."
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but
Why
they
is
don't
the
add up to
epilogue
anything.
sticking out of what looks like a
I
box?
wanted more than anything to create a
Plus,
sequel
there was a jump
that would
circle
capture
around
all
one
the
of the
magic
two
of
infinite
first
holes.
game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Is he gonna yeet me back to the
Oh,
beginning?
LD is still here.
Ta-da! We are here.
Ta-da. Oh,
This is the story of a man
menu
named Stanley.
sequence?
Stanley worked for a company in a big
The balloons
building
are there.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at
I would
his
like to have a
desk in
simple
room
job, just pushing buttons all
427,
day.
and he pushed buttons
Easy peasy.
on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what
No
buttons
heavy
to
lifting,
push,
no
how long
anxiety, just have to push the button, you're
and
good to
in
go.
what order. This is
No
what employee
people.
427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others
His
might have
desk needs
considered it
repainting.
soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment
It
that the
does.
orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I almost
And then
spit out
one
my
day,
juice.
something very peculiar happened.
I
Something that would
almost spit out
forever
my
change
juice.
Stanley.
I
Something
was
he would
like,
never
I wonder
quite
if his
forget.
wife is in this.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation.
God, it's almost like
Something was
7:30 and
very
I've been streaming
clearly
for almost 4
wrong.
hours.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he
I think
came
I've
to his
been streaming
wits
for
and
about
regained his senses,
5
he got up from his
hours-ish.
desk and stepped
No,
out
actually,
of
no
his
longer
office.
than that. It's been almost 7.
Holy fuck.
All of his
Oh, bucket.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
The
simply
bucket.
missed a map. Stanley picked up the bucket.
My bucket.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Can I get up? Can I get up there with the bucket or no? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Whee!
Yes,
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
we've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger.
I was
Of
just the
hope
only one
and
to show up,
redemption,
and he's
and its
somewhere
crusade
with
to
the
uplift
narrative
the stock of
line.
life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're
Is it
a
an evil
bucket.
bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God,
No!
Stanley, you did it.
The bucket!
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true
bucket.
power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree
Where'd
to
he get
never
the
again
knife?
go trifling with this bucket,
Yeah,
nor
kinda
the
makes you
dark
wonder.
magic cast away inside of it.
No, not the bucket. Not the bucket. No.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Stanley
bucket.
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
His wife is working.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had
Wonder
felt
what happens
the
if
bucket
I
calling
go
to
up
him, telling him
the
that the employee
lift, but then
lounge
drop
was
off
simply
the
place
edge
to be.
with the
And
bucket.
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Oh,
lift,
I can
yes.
go over this.
Go there. Go
go
to
over
the
this.
cargo lift.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
Because you can collect the Stanleys,
Found one of them.
the little
One of the
collectibles.
miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Well, okay. Ooh, what's in here? Whee! Oof. What the hell? Where am I now?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Oh, the tape ending.
It's like, I think I found all the narrator's secret stash.
This is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the
This
same
sequence
feeling.
changes without the bucket.
And the emptiness in my chest.
Although
I
there
said
wasn't
it now.
like a ramp for me to go up every time that I've been down here
Doesn't
before.
Make sense. There's no
I
explanation
think you
for
might
it.
have to have the bucket in order for that board to show up.
Still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently
I'll go
when
through
this
and check to
bucket
see
is in my arms.
the narrator sound
Why
system.
everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes.
As he slowly
It's
descends into madness.
unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful. because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Safety, no question.
Even now, I don't know
Sorry,
who
took
might
your
be trying
weapon,
to...
chill.
What's that? Who's there?
I think the guy was murdered by the bucket.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
The
It was only a
bucket
matter of time
hopped
before
on
he
his
found
head
the
upside
others,
down and
wherever
just
they were.
slowly got his, and the
Just
guy
a
got his
matter
head
of
stuck in the
time.
bucket.
Yeah, let's
When
check
Stanley
it out.
came to a
See.
set of 2 open doors, this was not the
Without
correct
the
way to the
bucket.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire the
It was okay.
lounge.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, no.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
Oh, no, it
it's
is there.
incredible
Okay.
he wasn't fired years ago.
Ooh.
Let's go check it out.
Stanley had now
Whee!
gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office
That's different.
had begun so far off the beaten.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Rude, narrator. The narrator lost his mind. What the hell? Where am I now?
Ages ago. He
All
lost
of his
his mind
co-workers were
ages
gone.
ago.
What could it mean?
Oh, the whiteboard
The confusion
ending.
and the chaos all
Okay,
seemed to melt
open
away as Stanley embraced
for
the bucket.
the go back.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing
One
in
of
the
these
office.
doors. You have to
Nothing
open it.
responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the
426.
bucket.
There you go. The whiteboard ending.
What? Oh yeah, I was slouching. God damn it. Hey, Azrael.
Yeah, now every time you click the button, there'll be a dog bark. It'll bark.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
to go
took the
get the
door on
drop
his
off.
left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
How about
Stanley
now?
did not, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
How deeply touching, or like how fucking depressing. You died with a bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No, I lost my dog bark.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
This is different to me, so I have no idea about any of the endings after this.
To go back to the meeting room.
Well, since you got the bucket.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Do everything that the bucket tells you to do.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I follow the orders of the bucket.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Click. As crazy as his wife is.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
I have, apparently, paintings of buckets. Where's my bucket? It's not a bucket.
Got a nice house, though, dang.
Yeah, I could live here. Where's my bucket? Oh, there's my bucket. I didn't even see it sitting on the couch. Mine. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press any button to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Where's my bucket?
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
My bucket. Press any button to take me back home with you. Okay.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press any button to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Who says it has to be a liquid?
It doesn't do anything else.
You can put solid objects in it. Don't listen to the loud man. Press any button for us to go home. Yes.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press any button to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press any button to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier. More capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
You're trying to take my bucket from me, Mr. Narrator? Is anybody to relive the same day with me over and over? Okay.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Yes, so chat Press any button to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home. Okay.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
He's having feelings for the bucket.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks.
Why are there
with me? I don't
candles?
understand.
Why are there romantic ass
If I had
candles?
the bucket, this would be less confusing.
What
Yes.
the hell is
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
The bucket. Hey, you can put some things in that bucket.
I'm afraid to find out what's gonna go on in this room. Why is the bucket in bed?
The bucket.
Why is the bucket in bed?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
My bucket. The bucket, stop. Go back to work, Stanley. That was the most awkward
All of
thing
his
ever.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's see, there's gotta be more of the... What the fuck happened in here? Trust the completionist instinct. Always. Be rewarded for finding them all. Where are the rest of the little Stanleys? Is there one in here?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The
Feel
broom
what?
closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura
broom
of
closet's
jealousy.
not allowed to
It's
have
as
my
clear as
bucket.
day. This broom
It's
closet
my
believes it
bucket.
deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
Just probably had
given
so
the
much
pressure
action,
that the broom closet
probably.
is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom
my
closet has
bucket.
the gall to imply
My bucket.
that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
Eventually it's gonna be
That your
Fanart,
relationship
you know,
is purely
me with the
superficial and
bucket.
convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I've never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really
into what?
tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved
Feelings
over
for
the
the
years.
bucket?
Let him have it.
My bucket. Give me, it's my bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Property of
Now it's
Stanley.
settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies
bucket.
and their relationship to
It's
broom
my bucket.
closets in the natural order of things.
My bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Actually, we're gonna go downstairs. Oh, there's a Stanley.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a
The sticker
snappier
just
name
came
for
back.
these things.
I never
What
got a
about
sticker. Oh, you have to sit in the broom
mini
closet long enough.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
After I find all of the, I'm gonna call them mini Stanleys.
But Stanley
After I
just
find all of
couldn't
them,
do it.
then
He
I will
considered the
end stream because I want to
possibility
make
of
sure I get
facing
them
his
all.
boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had
I have
failed.
my Stanley
His
bucket.
boss would think he was crazy. And then
The Stanley
something
sounds like a
occurred to Stanley.
disease.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Stanley's wife is such a cat.
He exclaimed, without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Where's my bucket?
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
Come to me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly,
where's my bucket?
Dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Stanley is a bucket?
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Or maybe he just swallowed his bucket whole.
This is the story of a woman named
He
Mariella.
just ate the bucket.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled
She
through
sounds like a
town,
bucket now.
talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Go with another
Mountain
Mountain Dew.
He'd forgotten his
Because
bucket at home in the
2K24 is
first
supposed to launch at midnight.
How cruel the world can be.
For early access.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had
Like,
no
the sooner
time
I
for
can
this.
get started,
There were a
the
myriad
less
of
time it's going to take for
confusing
me to get it all
problems
done.
she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
I got a
My
late night
life kicks
night
ass.
tonight.
And she backflipped all the way to work.
I'm probably gonna pass out as soon as the stream's over, because I'm dead exhausted.
I just
All
have to
of his
find 3
co-workers
more of
were
the
gone. What could it
mini
mean?
Stanleys.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The good
My
old
bucket.
Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
Okay,
door.
no, my bucket. My bucket. It's the bucket. I think I need, like, what, 3 more mini Stanleys? I don't know how to check that.
That bucket should
All
say
right, I've got a
property
second
of
sticker back
Midi.
here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also
But
a
how did you get it
bucket.
underneath the
That way,
properties
if you're
Stanley
ever unsure
sticker?
whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to
Been
the
down
boss's
there.
office.
Maybe the bathroom? Green soap.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1?
2
Let me
more.
sit on it. I'm sure it will come to
Sit
me.
on what? arena, yeah. Trying to time it. Come on. Trigger, will ya? How far do you have to go in?
Stepping in.
Yes, I got in! Fuck you. The door is still kind of open, though. I kind of broke it. I think I broke it.
Now run toward, back toward, Stanley's office.
I broke the door.
R.I.P. the door.
Come on, bucket. You're going this way. Oh, this door's open. I want the neighbors. I want the bucket. Give me bucket. No, my bucket. No, my bucket. You are now leaving. Leaving where? Oh. The snail in the bucket. Oh, snails are kind of cute, though. They're all slimy, but they're kind of cute. Is this a never-ending staircase?
No.
Escape Ooh, an escape pod.
This scene is so heartbreaking.
But can't both of us fit in the escape pod? It's like, shh, Mr. Bucket. You have to go in the escape pod.
You must live.
You must live. Escape, little bucket. I can make the bucket feel things it's never felt before. Hey, yo. Goodbye, bucket. So is the bucket, like, gone forever now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
No.
mean?
Give me my
Stanley
dog.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his
Bucket
left.
is gone.
Go get the bucket!
The bucket was not on the pillow. The room closet is now boarded up.
Coming to a
Where's
staircase,
the new
Stanley
content?
walked upstairs to his boss's
The
office.
new content door. Where the fuck was the new content door? Oh, because you got the other,
Here's
the
the door.
RNG'd one.
Well, I have broken the door. So can I
Oh,
do
God
the
damn.
escape pod ending even though I have broken the game?
Yeah, you can get in there.
At least I still have my doggos. Oh, the new content door is there.
Hey.
Shut up, but...
bucket. Oh.
I'm depressed, there's no bucket. The end is never the end is never the end. So can I follow the bucket now?
Yeah, there's dog mode when you get to the whiteboard.
It's like, these are the dogs downstairs, like, every day. It's like, somebody pulls in with their vehicle, walks by the door or the window. So it's always just the one that does it all the time. I think there's like one more floor? Oh wait, no, this is the last floor. Never mind. The narrator's left speechless after what I said. This is not the narrator's song. We really, the narrator could never get her. It's straight out what the narrator's like.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great. he thought to
Replacement
himself.
bucket.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
We got the bucket back.
Told me
Stanley
not to
clutched the
lose
bucket
this
tightly
bucket and
to
called
his
me a
chest
dolt.
and entered the door. left. This was not the correct way to the meeting
Just returned
room.
to the
Stanley had
narrator's
felt the bucket
voice.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the
the
bucket
one
turned out to be correct? Was no.
Area
never
I
mind.
haven't checked
The bucket
yet
was wrong.
was
Stanley
the
took the door on his left to go
well,
back to
besides
the
in
meeting
there.
room.
But I haven't checked down in
No,
that area to see if
said the
there's...
bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go
Stanley.
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Oh,
Go
no.
there. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up
It's
there
my
I need you to
bucket.
do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed
I
him.
said to my
there's a
everyone.
Stanley.
Talk, but Stanley chose
There's
not
a
to think about this
Stanley
obvious
through
fact.
that
He was
door
firmly convinced
across
that
the
the bucket
walkway.
had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay, no, my bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
go.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you
That
actually
door,
don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a
the
bucket? I suppose that would
2B3
explain
door.
a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Oh,
This
what?
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much
Maybe
of
the
the
door has
impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
I know what
Please,
a bucket is.
Step in here for a moment.
Technically, everything's a bucket when you think about it. If it can hold things, it's a bucket.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Is this
Simply
a
enough,
bucket?
right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what
shows
is
two
or
flash
is
universe
not
right now?
a
Yes.
bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It's still a bucket. Bucket.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It's still a bucket. 3D printed buckets are still buckets.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
But it's not my bucket.
Item 4.
That is technically a bucket
Is
on
this a
wheels.
bucket?
Technically, it's a bucket on wheels.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
So, haven't you ever heard the "let's get this bucket moving" phrase, Mr. Narrator?
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
See? See? Now he gets it. Also, you shouldn't be running vehicles in an enclosed space.
Item
So you're
6.
trying to asphyxiate Stanley?
Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
I'm just gonna say yes to everything. Everything's a bucket.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes, you are. Technically, you are
Stanley,
a bucket.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
Don't you dare take my bucket. You fucker. How dare you
What happened?
snap my buckets
Is
out of
everything
existence.
gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
See, I was right. Everything is a
Except
bucket.
me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Technically, we
Yes,
are buckets.
I actually feel
because
much more
we
at
can
ease right
carry
now.
liquid. I
It's
mean, we walk
delightful
around
to
and
get
we're
some
like
clarity
literally
on that issue,
blood
but it
sacks.
doesn't change the
So
fact that
we are
haven't got a
buckets.
game.
Guess we
So,
carry
tell you
liquid
what,
from one place to
I'll
another.
reset everything, and we'll
Just
put
like a
back
bucket.
all of the buckets.
So we are
okay?
buckets.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay, Savage.
You're supposed
Stanley
to
knew
get
the
a
office layout
Stanley
like the back
down
of his
there.
hand. It was only a matter of time before he found
Maybe I
the
have to go
others,
down there without the
wherever
bucket.
they were. Just a matter of time.
It's like, I'm sorry, bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It's really buggy. Well, yeah.
Stanley was so
I
bad
heard that
at following
Xbox is kinda
directions,
difficult
it's
when it comes to
incredible he
streaming.
wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm
Yeah.
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
Wait for
is
it.
that the story has been about
Wait for it.
nothing but you all this time.
Wait
There's
for
someone you've
it.
been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
I have
Are
zero
you that
consideration for
convinced
you,
that I want
narrator.
something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I found it.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
I've already gotten this ending.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me
might
show
have to try to see if we can get in touch with YouTube about that.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here. No, wait. Where are you going?
Too bad you can't bring the bucket in this direction.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Okay. I'm gonna see what happens if I go back in there.
Nothing. I'll just be like, see, this is peace.
I kind of want to hear him then say that and then just get all pissed. Whoa, what the fuck? What is this? What is this shit?
Good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this colorful shit? Did Stanley take LSD? I think Stanley took LSD.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Nope, you got nothing to say, narrator? Alright. Bye! I go to the staircase.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Yeah, sure, why not? What you got? What you got for me? Nothing?
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I can hear the limp in Stanley's step.
No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Wait.
No, jump! Jump!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I think both of my legs are broken, Mr. Narrator.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
He does have additional dialogue, holy shit.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Nah.
No, perhaps not.
It's like, no, perhaps not.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation
You lost all your happiness when Badlands stole your wife.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Poor narrator, I feel so bad.
Is it over?
Dead.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Dead.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started.
Stanley.
And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
on the
entered
far
the door on
side,
his
on
left.
the right. So there's gotta be somewhere else. Am I missing one? Like, I don't know, maybe it's like... Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta put my head in here.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
No
to
more
the
stickers?
boss's office.
Really?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
The recluse was hiding there with the
Certainly the most
spear.
logical explanation.
There it is.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
Say this,
Wiggly.
Mr. Stanley. This is
It's
a
like
real
Piggly
accomplishment.
Wiggly.
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So,
Rude.
instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I actively hunted for all these figurines. Now time to go all the way down.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Yes. Come on, bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Let's go. Click.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What are you humming about, you little hummer?
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket
That
in shock.
sounded
Everyone
like
in the
a
office
fart.
was being videotaped,
No,
monitored
that was
like guinea pigs.
that was Angel.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Click.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Why is he so mean
He
to
screamed
Stanley?
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own
Feeble
life in
mind?
someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I can't go down there. I want to go down there. Turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. I'm gonna see what kind of eddings I can get in here. How do you get to the... Oh, you can actually go to the bottom? How do you get to the bottom? How do you get down there, though? How do you get it? On top of any of the various props in the first two suspended platforms and walk over the protective railing into the pit below. How? How do you do that? Your little walkthroughs or how-tos are not very helpful, Google. Thank you. First two suspended platforms. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's probably out in that other room. The one where you're... before you get to the elevator coming up.
Well, that's dumb. I think we will shut off the... system.
Stanley and the bucket waited in
Or not.
madness.
Not with a bag.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
That I'm
The
not
bucket
going to
wanted to learn
spend
to
on a
roller
stream
skate.
doing.
Stanley wanted to movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Huh?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Throw the bucket.
An
Throw the
unbearable
bucket.
silence filled the room, lingering in
Throw it.
uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even
No,
the
throw
facility
it.
itself recognized the incredible
to the
calming
gap.
presence of the bucket, needed
to
the
the gap.
soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
Yate.
No.
Yate.
Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
And just like that, Stanley died. With the bucket. So yeah, that'll be it for the Stanley Parable. I can't believe I didn't get all the endings in one stream, but I'm not aiming for it because there's no trophies for getting all the endings anyway. So I don't see the purpose of doing it. But we did play the game. We got it all done in one stream, so yay! So I'm gonna hop off for the night because I gotta get some things done. I also need to get something to eat because I haven't eaten since like noon. I'm hungry.
Dad, you need
Hungry.
to eat.
I do need to eat. No, I want to keep being with the sword. Don't take me away, please. Aww. I'm sorry. I gotta do things. I gotta do things before 2K24 launches. Yeah, I gotta go through and do
I'm
my
gonna pass the fuck out.
So, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate you being here. Click the like button. It really helps with the channel. Encourages me to upload more. Subscribe if you haven't already and hit that notification bell so when I go live or upload a new video. You can also check out my future channels and description for more awesome people to subscribe to. And don't forget, I almost forgot about my channel stuff. We have memberships, stickers, chats, thanks, stuff like that. It's not required, but it's greatly appreciated if you can help out. And with that being said, I'm Midytheimp, but I've been joined by Midytheimp, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye!